Good morning, everyone. At this time, I'd like to call the Board of Education meeting to order, and I would like to ask our board members to identify themselves for the record. Todd Ferrante is present. William Buchanan?
Present.
Katie Addis?
Present.
John Andes?
Present.
William Gordy is absent. Elena McComas?
Present.
And Donald Smack.
Present.
We do have a quorum. Can I have a motion to approve today's board meeting agenda and a second?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Buchanan and a second by Mr. Smack. All in favor?
Aye.
And now a motion to enter into closed session for the reasons listed below. To approve closed session minutes. Actually, it's a closed session under Articles 3-305 of the Annotated Code of Maryland for the following reasons. To approve closed session minutes from the previous month. Section 305B1 to discuss appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees or employees over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. Section 3-305B7 to consult with counsel and to discuss matters relative to negotiations. Section 303-305B9. Section 3-305B10 to discuss school safety. Can I have a motion to enter into closed session and a second?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. McComas,
Second.
a second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are now in Good afternoon, everyone. As we reconvene this Board of Education meeting, I want to let everyone know that we do have a quorum. A closed session meeting was held today pursuant to Article 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland to approve previous closed session minutes, to discuss personnel matters, to consult with legal counsel, and to discuss matters related to negotiations, and to discuss school safety. Pastor Josh Fields is here from Lynn Haven Church to lead us in the invocation today. And please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor Fields.
Would you pray with me? Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you that we're able to gather today. We thank you for the weather and for the rain that we've had as well, knowing that all things are from you. God, we pray that you'll be with the entire meeting today, that you will bless those who are here, that you will allow peace to prevail and for everybody to get along. We thank you for the teachers and for all the staff and for the school board and everybody who keeps our kids safe and teaches them and helps them to grow. We ask that you'll continue to bless them as they finish out the year. And we also thank you for all the graduates that we'll have this year and pray that you'll be watching over them. God, again, we thank you for this time that we have and pray that it will be glorifying to you. And we pray that in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Fields, thank you for that beautiful invocation today. We appreciate you being here with us today. Thank you so much. Okay. Can I have a motion to approve today's open session and a second, please?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
A second by
Mr. Fronte, I'd like
Yes,
to say something with this motion.
Okay.
2 meetings ago, I tried to bring up a discussion, and I was denied that discussion because it was stated that it was not on the agenda. And then 1 meeting ago, a fellow board member had made a motion that was not on our agenda. So I just wanted to have clarification before we move forward of the Roberts Rules of Order and how we will be proceeding with these meetings moving forward.
Well, I will let you know that that particular topic was on the agenda when I believe it was Dr. Andes made a motion for that.
But the motion was not on the agenda.
No, not the motion was on the agenda, but the topic was on the agenda.
The topic that I had brought up 2
Yes.
meetings ago was on the agenda as well, in the
Okay.
line item of safety.
Well, we will review that, but motions that are, topics that are not on the agenda will not be allowed to be made motions. Okay?
Noted, but once again, I wasn't trying to make a motion, I was trying to have a discussion.
Right. We can have discussions, but motions will have to be an agenda topic item.
Which is what I was not allowed to have.
Yeah. We will review that, but if we made an error, we will correct it. But in this board meeting, and we follow, it has to be on the agenda in order for you to make a motion in the
Agreed.
future. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so I'm going to come back to making a motion to approve the session board minutes for April 4th and April 16th. Do I have a motion to approve? Motion by Mr. Smack and a second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Taylor for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. I'm still having trouble believing it, but we are on the home stretch of the school year. The next time we meet in June, our students and teachers will be dismissed, and we will be underway with our summer academies and our summer stat camp here at Worcester Technical High School. Now, before I get too far ahead of myself, I want to bring it back to you this month where in many of our schools there is a flurry, and I mean a flurry, it always is this time of year, of activities happening. This is especially the case for our high schools. The leadership team and I and the board members have already begun attending these wonderful end-of-the-year events like our We Excel banquets, which were just absolutely amazing this year, where we honor our students for their academic achievement. And last week, our high schools kicked off those celebrations for our class of 2024 with Intent Night, which will happen tonight at Pocomoke High School, senior awards, parades, like the one last night at Snow Hill High School and tomorrow night at Stephen Decatur High School, baccalaureate services, and of course, the culminating event, graduation. I know I can speak for everyone up here when I say how excited I am to attend these events and celebrate the accomplishments of the class of 2024. It's hard to believe we're saying 2024. And of course, I don't want to forget our middle, intermediate, and elementary schools. They are busy with activities as well. Spring performances have been widely successful. I know all of us on the leadership team and board have made an effort to get out and see our students perform, and what a reward that is when we watch them. Off the stage, students are full of spring fever, particularly after our successful MCAT administration this year. And our schools and teachers are ensuring that our students are having opportunities to enjoy the beautiful weather we've hopefully will have and had over the couple weeks by planning outdoor learning events like field and sports days and field trips, just on and on with things that are happening in our school. Before I close, I just want to reiterate how proud I am that we are able to celebrate so many students and staff throughout the last month of school. In just a few minutes, we'll shine a light on the thriving artistic community within Worcester County Public Schools, and we will continue to celebrate scholarship, service, sportsmanship, and many other things, and honor exceptional educators and instructional leaders across Worcester County. Being a part of these celebrations and the recognitions we have each month truly make me grateful for the work we do every day, and makes me proud to be a part of one of the best school systems, not only in the state, but in this nation. So all in all, we have lots to celebrate and be grateful for here in Worcester County, and I hope many of you, which I know you do, feel the same as I. With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. And continuing this celebration, I'd like to welcome our 2023-2024 student representatives for, sadly, their last meeting. But I want to let you know how wonderful you've been this year. We appreciate you being with us every board meeting and presenting the reports from your schools. And you have done an outstanding job, and it's truly appreciated by all of our board. And so I believe this month we're starting with Catalina from Snow Hill High School.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. Snow Hill High School buzzes with activity and celebration as the year draws to a close. Just yesterday, we orchestrated a lively car parade to honor our esteemed seniors, making a joyous moment in their academic journey. Tomorrow, we eagerly anticipate our graduate walk-through at Snow Hill Elementary and Middle School, a heartwarming tradition that bridges our educational community. Later that evening, we will also have our graduate awards ceremony. Looking ahead, our calendar brims with significant events. On Tuesday, May 28th, we will gather for our esteemed baccalaureate ceremony, an occasion reflecting on our graduating class's spiritual and intellectual growth. The pinnacle of our festivities arrives on May 30th with our grand commencement ceremony, where we will bid farewell to our graduating seniors, sending them forth into the world with pride and anticipation for their bright futures. In addition to celebrating academic achievements, we are thrilled and proud to announce that an impressive 30% of this year's senior class has earned recognition in the top 5%, a testament to their hard work and dedication through their high school journey. Last Tuesday marked a significant milestone as it signaled the final game coached by the esteemed Coach Todd Lampman, a cornerstone of Snow Hill High School's baseball program for an impressive 19 years. Coach Lampman has made the decision to retire, leaving behind a legacy of dedication and passion for the sport. Although our team may have fallen short in the 1A Regional Baseball Championship against Mardella, we honor Coach Lampman's unwavering commitment and the enduring legacy of excellence he instilled in Snow Hill High School's baseball tradition. His contributions are deeply cherished, and his impact on our school community will resonate for years to come. We are grateful for his tireless dedication to Snow Hill High School baseball. Additionally, session number 3 of the After School Academy is coming to an end next week. The girls' self-defense class was a huge success, with high school and middle school girls participating. We hope to continue this partnership next year as well. The counseling office is preparing to wrap up the school year with a few annual events. On Friday, May 17th, several of our graduating seniors enjoyed their senior class trip at Busch Gardens Amusement Park. Monday, May 20th, began our Eagles Reach Higher week, which is highlights our graduating seniors through social media. On Monday, June 3rd, juniors and seniors who will serve as freshman-focused mentors for the 2024-2025 school year will participate in a 2-hour mentor training. The following Monday, June 10th, some of our sophomores will enjoy a college visit to Bowie State University and Loyola University. Excuse me. As far as scheduling and counselors, sorry about that.
It's okay. You're okay.
As far as scheduling, the counselors are in the final stages of completing the master schedule for 2024-25 school year. Registration for Summer Academy is now open. We have some exciting sessions planned for students such as English and math support, credit recovery, outdoor environmental activity, and podcasting. College and career boot camp, social emotional learning, digital music video creation with Pocomoke High School students, and driver's education. Scholarships are also available for students who wish to attend driver's education. And as always, thank you to our board for your continuous support of our schools. Now on to Delia Holland.
Thank you, Catalina. Academics and testing, celebrations and special events, extracurricular activities, volunteerism, and sports. Looking back on April, SCHS hosted a very successful prom with over 600 students in attendance, and we are super thankful to our after prom parent committee and community businesses for their donations to our after prom event. As usual, our students have remained active in the school and community. Numerous Decatur Club members, volunteers, and after-school academy participants have been out and about for many activities and events, including the Ocean Pines Spring Celebration, Believe in Tomorrow and Coastal Hospice volunteer work, beach and school cleanups, school fundraisers at local restaurants, and field trips. Our Educators Rising group sponsored a phenomenal Teacher Appreciation Week with a Walk of Stars special thank you notes and treats. Our band, jazz, and choral programs held wonderful concerts in the school and community. Our creative writing program is busy preparing its literary publication, and our yearbook staff continues to work diligently putting together the final pages. Congratulations are in order for the Peggy Hevel Memorial Writing Contest winners, our Science Olympiad and VEX Robotics teams, our Stock Market Game State finalists, our hundreds of senior school awards and scholarship recipients, and our hundreds of We Excel honorees. In the testing world, we just concluded administrating over 350 advanced placement examinations in 23 different areas to nearly 250 students. Now we are in the midst of the administration of over 1,000 MCAP assessments. We are confident that our students will continue to do well. Finally, in the sports world, we recently celebrated 16 student athletes who signed on to bring their games to the collegiate level, and we are excited to see what our sports teams will be able to accomplish in the postseason. Congratulations are in order for several teams for reaching the Bayside Championship, including girls tennis and both boys and girls lacrosse. Congrats to our bocce team for competing in the state tournament. And last but not least, congratulations to our baseball team for capturing the Bayside Conference title. Currently, our FCA is busy planning a community build in June. We are also busy planning our FHS Summer offering mind-bending mathematics, communication arts, a freshman academy, SAT prep, and credit recovery programs. And for the great class of 2024, we will have several exciting senior celebrations, including our 5th annual Boardwalk Processional tomorrow, baccalaureate, and of course our commencement ceremony held at the Lewis H. Taylor Stadium. On a personal note, I'd like to thank our school leaders, our central office leaders, and the members of our Board of Education for leading our school system towards a new, technological, and innovative era. I believe on behalf of all the students in the room where I say how fortunate we are to live in Worcester County and even luckier to attend one of the nation's best school systems. Now I'll be reading the Worcester Tech Board Notes. Last month, our Skills USA team was very successful at this year's state competition. We had 17 first place winners, 19 second place winners, and 5 third place winners. The first place winners will go to Atlanta, Georgia in June for the national competition. Our FFA club also competed in the state competition and had 2 first place winners, 1 third place winner, 1 fourth place winner, and 1 fifth place winner. Their national competition will be Indianapolis, Indiana in the fall. On May 7th, we held our annual signing day for those students who will be graduating and have already gotten a job in their field of study. This year, 43 students signed. Congratulations. On May 10th, we held our annual FFA Awards banquet honoring FFA club members. We had a great turnout of over 120 people. We'd like to thank all our community partners and sponsors for another great year. On May 14th, our biomedical students traveled to Northern Virginia to the Innova Scar Heart and Vascular Hospital, where they observed a 4-hour open heart surgery where a patient had their aortic valve replaced. This was a wonderful experience that took 3 years of planning. Now on to Tristan from Pocomoke High School.
Thank you, Dalia. We are in mid to late May already, and it's almost time to wrap up a very successful school year. Pocomoke High School juniors, seniors, guests, and staff had a great time at our much anticipated prom and grand march. Our junior advisors and student team did an amazing job decorating our stage, grand hallway, and gym for this event. The Gatsby Gala was both elegant and an amazing, safe celebration of our hardworking upperclassmen. Our Students Against Destructive Decisions, or SAD group, worked with community members and faith-based partners for a great night of after-prom activities that were also well attended. Earlier this month, our chorus and band gave a beautiful performance at our spring music concert. Several students in the arts have achieved all-state, all-shore, and all-county status, and recently, Alexia Shepard, visual arts student, won second place at the United Way Addiction Awareness Art Contest. Last week, we were honored to celebrate over 65% of our student population during We Excel for their exceptional academic achievements. And on Friday, seniors participated in their annual senior walk at Pocomoke Middle and Elementary Schools, giving the opportunity for students who attend our feeder schools to celebrate seniors, as well as have a glimpse of what their future holds. That same evening, seniors were celebrated by the Pocomoke community in their annual Senior Car Parade down Market Street. We are thankful to our parents, community partners, sponsors, and donations for ensuring that each senior portrait was on display. On Sunday night, we had our baccalaureate celebration in our auditorium. This was a wonderful opportunity to pour blessings over our seniors by a multitude of faith-based partners. Our seniors leave to capture all post-secondary dreams and goals. Upcoming events include our 10th annual Intent Night tonight in our large gym. May has been full of Be the One invites, where seniors invite a staff member from pre-K through 12th grade who has supported and inspired them to achieve their goals. This staff member will stand beside their senior as they sign their intent to attend college, trade school, pursue a career, begin apprenticeship, or enlist in the military. Our Senior Awards program is May 23rd. Collectively, our seniors have surpassed previous classes in scholarships earned, even though they are a smaller senior class. Awards are still coming in, and we are so proud. Our commencement ceremony will take place on Tuesday, May 28th at 7 p.m. at the Byrd Stadium. We are so grateful to our Board of Education, executive team, Education Foundation, Berlin and Ocean City Optimists, and more for ensuring that the class of 2024 has a beautiful ceremony that they will remember. Finally, we will host our Spring Sports Awards banquet on May 30th. All teams represented us proudly, with the state runner-up in bocce and regional wins in track, with several state qualifiers who will compete this week. Personally, I would like to express my immense gratitude for the continued support of our Board of Education and executive team. You have all helped make this school year a successful one, and I am very thankful, as this is my last meeting as Pocomoke student representative, for the support of my education. And now, for one last time, back to Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Tristan. Thank you very much. And we certainly couldn't ask for better representatives from our schools, and we appreciate what you've done, how you've handled yourself, and your willingness to be here with us at every meeting. And we certainly wish you well in your future endeavors. We know you're going to be successful at whatever you do. So thank you. And it's now time to recognize any audience members from the following organizations. Do we have anyone here from the WCTA? Okay.
May I point out that Ms. Holland was the prom queen at
Thank you, Beth. WCESPA? Worcester County Retired School Personnel. I think I saw someone out there. Hi, Helen. Thank you, Helen. Representatives from various schools, SIACs, PTAs, anyone here that wants to stand up? Okay, thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. It's now time for recognitions, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Steers.
Am I on? It is my great honor to recognize our 3 student representatives to the Board of Education today. Throughout their service, they have demonstrated professionalism and grace beyond their years, and I am so proud of how they have advocated both for themselves and their fellow students. I know your schools and your fellow students are grateful for your service this year. So I'll first ask Dalia to join us. Come on out. Dalia Holland is heading to Howard University in Washington, D.C., where she will major in political science with a minor in criminology. She ultimately wants to be a lawyer that fights against human trafficking and child exploitation. I'll do the group. So next I'll have Catalina join us. Catalina Lizader will attend William Peace University in Raleigh, North Carolina this fall. She'll be double majoring in business administration and pre-law. So we got 2 budding attorneys with us. She will also play volleyball for the Pacers, and she hopes to have her own law firm one day. Finally, Treston Melvin is taking her talents to the American Musical and Dramatic Academy in New York City, where she will study integrated performing arts, where I won't be surprised to see her name in lights one day. So I'm going to grab my camera so I can take this, but I know Mr. Ferrante has already said some lovely things, but I want to open it up for our board if they'd like to express their thanks for our student representatives.
Oh my gosh, thank you all for what you've done this year. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sitting through some really long meetings. Thank you for sharing all the wonderful things that are happening at your schools. Without that, I'm not sure we would know. And so I just wish you all the best. I do. But you have such bright futures. Thank you so much.
One of the highlights of every board meeting is my enjoyment of what's happening in the schools, and it's refreshing, and I just can't say enough in regards to that. I know it's tough when you're speaking in front of people that are sitting out in the audience, but thank you very much. You did a great job. Great job.
Good afternoon. Next, I'm going to introduce Ms. Tamara Mills. She is a coordinator of instruction for us for many things, but I want to publicly thank her for her support of the arts and make a promise and a commitment to her that we continue as a public school system to be committed at a high level to the arts, and that we believe in the arts and the power that the arts bring to our students and our school system. So I'll turn it over to her for several different awards today.
Lots of acknowledgement. Thank you very much, and I appreciate that, Dr. Wallace. As you know, the arts are integral in our children's education, so thank you for being here to help recognize them, and thank you for the support of the board. I'm going to start, and I told them if they're not quick enough, I'm going to start tap dancing, and I don't tap dance, so no, I'm just kidding. All right, so the first award that we have today is for Superior Solo and Ensemble All-State honorees for the state of Maryland. So from Stephen Decatur High School, we have Jonah Ridgely, and also from Stephen Decatur, Chandler Smith. I'd like to, as they get their picture, I'd like to bring up Mr. J.D. Fole as well. Mr. Fole will be retiring in less than a month, or about a month. After 32 years of service in our county, and we are grateful for his leadership with the band, and we wish him well. So I'm going to ask Jonah to come. Jonah's going to circle around to the middle and back up here for All-State Senior Jazz Band honoree as well. Congratulations, Jonah. Jonah will be attending the very esteemed Berkeley College of Music, which is quite an achievement. We're very excited for him, as well as all of our band honorees today. Mr. Fole, if you'll stay with me, we're going to have, and I've got a couple other directors here. Okay. The next students are recognized for their All-Shore Band, Senior Band honorees. I'll start with Pocomoke, and then we'll announce Decatur, and then Snow Hill High School. So first we have Curtis Broadwater. And if you guys will stay up there, we'll get one group shot. Aiden Clayton. Fiona Gruhl. Kennedy Sneed. From Stephen Decatur, Sailor Amos. Logan Don Moyer. From Snow Hill High School, Sophia Anthus. Hayden Dinger Tedder, who could not be with us today. Noah Larson. Miles Martin. Dalton Tingle. And Ashley Varghese. And these students wouldn't be honored without these three amazing gentlemen right here. Mr. J.D. Fole, Stephen Decatur High School. Mr. Bill Williams from Pocomoke High School. And Mr. Brad Krause from Snow Hill High School. This is a wonderful group this year. Amazing musicians. Congratulations. Next, we're going to recognize our middle school All-Shore Junior Band honorees. We have three band directors with us today. We have Mr. Michael Devine from Pocomoke Middle School. We have Caitlin Hetland from Stephen Decatur Middle and Rodney Lee from Snow Hill Middle. And we'll start off by announcing our Pocomoke Middle School students, Jasmine DeShio, McKenna Murray, Bryce Ritchie, Katrina Donmoyer, Ara King, Elliot Mills, not here today, sorry, Taylor Ayers, and Savannah Todd could not be with us today. Congratulations to those honorees. These three middle school directors These middle school directors work so hard, you know, especially they're the middle feeder, right? They're getting those students from 5th grade and 4th grade playing instruments, and then they're sending them on to excellence at the high school, so there's a lot of work to be done. Congratulations. Next, we have some junior solo and ensemble All Shore honorees. So again, this is throughout the entire Eastern Shore. These students today are recognized from Stephen Decatur Middle, Aiden Buckheit, Sophia Liu. Elliot, we said was absent, sorry. Lucian Bakura, Remington Betts, Gabe Marin-Cano, not here, sorry. Katrina Don Moyer. Sorry. I know we have a lot. I don't want to lose anybody. Trenton Hilliard. Lydia Navarro, not here. Brooklyn Paul. Riley Sudal. Vincent Zhang, Maya Bruns, Israel David, not here, thank you, Charlie Dunlap, Kendall Martinenza, Mina Nordstrom, no Wyatt. Wyatt Scrimger, who's not here today, Isabella Urbanski, and Talia Strauss. And thank you, Ms. Hetland, for your leadership for these students. While they line up, I want to thank Miss Charlotte Henry and Miss Annette Powell from our HR department to help me keep all this organized for today. The certificates, they do an amazing job of keeping us straight. Miss Torpy, do you want to jump in that photo? Thanks. All right, keep up the good work. We'll see you at Stephen Decatur High School Band. You guys can head on down the center. Do you want them down the center or the left? Or left? Awesome. And our last instrumental honorees today are members of the esteemed West Virginia University Honors Band. These students are recognized for their amazing performance with that program. Aiden Clayton, Fiona Guo, Emily Knight, and Kennedy Sneed. And thank you, Mr. Williams, for your leadership with that program. Congratulations. Next up, we're going to have some choral honorees, and we'll start with our all-state choral, all through the whole state of Maryland. Congratulations to April DeShio, Kyla Gillard, and Elizabeth Buppert. I want to bring up Miss Jenny Hudson, the choral director at Pocomoke High School, and Mr. John Gross, the choral director at Stephen Decatur High School. Quite the honor to be part of All-State. Our next group are the All Shore senior or high school choral honorees. So we're going to have a couple of them swing around. Look, they're quick. Look at them. Here they come. Maybe they can tap dance for us. No, just Just kidding. All right, so we will start off with Miss April DeShiel. Skylar Freestat. Kyla Gilliard. We're going to get it right. Renaya Hunter. Aubrey Jackson Bowen. Treston Melvin. Audrey Pham could not be with us. William Portier. Ethan Power could not be with us today. Emily Skorbach. Elizabeth Boopert. Adelaide Dawkins. Tirza Hill. Ryan Portell. And Marianne Rutzler. Mr. Krause is here as Mrs. Klein today, the Snow Hill High School Choral Director. Looking good, Miss Klein. Oh, did you guys get in there? Not yet. Get in there. Sorry, Miss Hudson and Mr. Gross. Sorry. Congratulations. Hope to hear those beautiful voices again. And our last music award today is our middle school junior All Shore chorus. Unfortunately, our 3 BIS students were not able to be with us today, but I do want to say it was their first time in at least 20 years performing in the middle school choral adjudication, and to have 3 of them make it as 6th graders was really impressive. So if you see Miss Julie Mills at BIS, tell her congratulations. And so we'll start with Decatur Middle, Sophia Dracos, Macy Groves, Alex Pouchon, Tatum Smith. From Snow Hill Middle, Joshua Anthus, Emma Harper, Chloe Ickes, Aiden Shockley, and Laura White. And thank you for the direction of these middle school choral directors, Miss Brenna Como, Stephen Decatur Middle, and Miss Christine Bradford from Snow Hill Middle. Mr. Record, do you want to join us, Mr. Record? He was hiding in the back there. I want to make him get up. I do want to mention to any parents here or community members watching, as we've awarded all of these amazing music awards, we are starting a new program at the Tech High School next year. It is called Digital Music and Video Production. We're very excited. We would love to have juniors. It's open to juniors and seniors for next year. If anyone is interested, please call my office. Hopefully we'll see a lot of these students you saw today in that program. Congratulations. Our next 3 awards are for the superintendent's collection. Those of you who come to the boardroom often know that there are usually 3 beautiful artworks on the back wall, and they are always done by one of our home high schools. So I have with us three students today, and I have, nope, she's coming. Yeah. Pocomoke couldn't be here. Okay, I'm sorry. So we have 2 of our 3 students. We will still award all 3. Our first one is from Pocomoke High School, and actually, Dr. Rain, is she still here? Or Miss Leah James, if one of you would. if Dr. Rain, the principal, wouldn't mind accepting the award for her. The student is Alexia Shepard. She is a senior. She is a phenomenal art student. You may have heard her name just a little while ago as winning second place for the United Way art contest. This is the work that she created. It is a digital work. The entire piece is done on the computer. I'll kind of walk it around as we take a quick picture. I wish her luck as she moves forward. I think she's still a little undecided what she wants to do, but we've told her she has so much talent, and we hope that she continues creating artwork. Our next artist is from Snow Hill High School. Her art teacher, Miss Monica Forrester, I think has just a word or two to say about Alexa Arnold.
Sure. Very talented girl. She is honors in just about every subject she's involved in. She is in band, in choir, honors, AP, art. We could just go on and on about her. She's phenomenal student. She's going to go to the University of Connecticut, where she's going to play volleyball. No, Connecticut University. Post University. Not. Okay, it's in Connecticut.
It's a beautiful, it looks like a painting, but she's also added a few mixed media touches with a little delicate tissue paper as some of the flowers. It's really lovely. To get the transparency of the glass is quite a skill. Congratulations. I'll hang them this afternoon. Also have from Stephen Decatur High School, and is Katie Gordon, come on up. Her amazingly talented teacher, Miss Karen Ciancito, is going to mention just a few words about Katie.
Katie is very talented, as they say, but she's also very hardworking, and she puts personal input into her work. So she did a portfolio that involved like family members and really personal topics. So she's able to not just depict reality, but to also put meaning behind that. Katie's going to go to RISD next year, which is in Rhode Island, and we're really excited about that, and we can't wait to hear about her progress there.
The Rhode Island School of Design is an amazing school for budding artists. And she also just had a work of a beautiful white-tailed deer that was sent to the Maryland State Department for a show that'll hang for a year. Congratulations. Thank you. And we will hang those this afternoon in the back to enjoy for a year. And my final award today, one of the other hats that I wear is I am honored to be able to work with the Dr. John Andes Grow Our Own Scholarship that I think we're maybe in our 10th year now. And Mr. Taylor?
I'm going to ask Dr. Andes to join us up front, if you will. Most of you know in this room, if you didn't know, you've not lived in Worcester County, Dr. Andes served as our superintendent here for 16 years. And at his retirement, they asked him what they could give him as a gift. And Dr. Andes chose to set up a scholarship fund for students in Worcester County Public Schools who are going on to be a teacher. And I'm going to ask Dr. Andes if he wants to say anything about that award, and then we will call the individuals up who are receiving that scholarship today.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I was honored by the Board of Education dedicating this scholarship to me when I retired in 2012. I think it was probably the best gift I ever received in my retirement because it's a living legend. It's a paying forward to the future. I'm so excited and delighted we have 3 outstanding individuals who are going to accept this scholarship award today. I wish them the very best. The only criteria, well, two criteria. One is finish college on time, on budget, to save your family money. That's number one. And second, when you're all finished, apply to Worcester County Public Schools and come back here and teach. Thank you.
Our first honoree, unfortunately, could not be with us today. It's Dakota Trader from Pocomoke High School. Dr. Rain, if you wouldn't mind standing in. We're excited, and she will also get acknowledged at her senior awards night for this, so she'll still get all of her accolades, but do you want to, yeah, okay. Our second awardee for the scholarship is Olivia Matza from Stephen Decatur High School. Go ahead. She will be pursuing elementary education at Salisbury University, and we hope she comes back and teaches elementary with us. And our third honoree is Miss Maggie Harris Blackburn from Snow Hill High School. I'm not at all biased, but she is going into art education to become an art teacher at the University of Maryland College Park. And we're very excited for all three of our honorees. Go ahead. Oh, one more. One more. Thank you so much. I appreciate, thank you all for putting up with me so long today. And thank you, Board of Ed, for your support, and our leadership and executive team for all the support of the arts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mills. I'm going to introduce Ms. Amanda Krantz. She is Pocomoke High School's Teacher of the Year. She is a proud alumni of Worcester County Public Schools. I had the honor of hearing her speak last week at We Excel, and it was excellent, so thank you. It's good to have excellent leaders leading our future educators. And so a few years ago, we used to have Future Educators of America. Some of you in the room might be like, oh yeah, I remember that. I was in that. Those teachers in the room are probably saying that. We have sort of switched over to a program in Maryland called Educators Rising. There's quite a bit of strength in their programming that just wasn't there with the Future Educators program. We were kind of on our own, but Pocomoke High School has some state winners that will be going on, I believe, to the national competition in Florida later this, DC. Look at that, so much closer, so wonderful. Sorry, y'all don't get to go to Florida, but I'm going to introduce her, and she will introduce her students.
Hi everyone, I'm Amanda Krantz. I'm the Educators Rising Advisor at Pocomoke High School. This is a grow your own program, and that's exactly what we're doing at Pocomoke High School. We are trying to prepare and inspire future educators that will hopefully come back and teach in our communities. So they participated in a competition called Inside Our Schools. They created video presentations of an engaging, innovative teaching strategy that we were using in our Introduction to Teaching class, going over to Pocomoke Elementary School, where they were working with young students in intervention lessons for math and reading. So our team that placed second at the state level, we have Elena Gordy, Dynasia Wallop, and Alea Thornton. And our first place team, which will be traveling to Washington, D.C. at the end of June for nationals, we have Mia Kuna, Deshauna Smith, Jasmine Bonneville, and Gregory Mizell. Thank you so much, and I hope that you will be seeing some of these faces in our communities.
Our next recognition I'm going to bring up Ms. Gretchen Wallace and Mr. Jason Conyar, who will be sharing with us our Future Business Leaders of America award winners for states for this school year.
Hello, I'm Gretchen Wallace, and I'm the advisor for FBLA at Pocomoke High School this year. It's our first year. I believe they haven't had a chapter in over 10 years, so this year was very exciting for us to be able to compete. We have 2 students that are going to the national competition, and in order to get to the national competition, they had to compete in regionals back in January, place in the top 3, and then they qualified for states in March, and they had to qualify, I think they had to be in the top 4 for that, to get to the national competition. So it's very hard to get to that level. We will be traveling June 28th through July the 3rd to Orlando, Florida, and so I'm very excited that I have 2 students that qualified. We've been working really hard, and every day they seem to be studying their information, so I'm very excited. So we have Jocelyn Reuters, Introduction to Public Speaking, and Fiona Gu for Personal Finance.
A little embarrassed to be seen like this. My wife did not hit me. This Saturday I was on an electric bike and almost got hit by a cruiser when my bike went off the road. So putting the attention not on my face but on my students. Ms. Gretchen already, Ms. Wallace already mentioned, yes, FBLA. This was my 15th year being an advisor. Every couple years you get a really good group, and this was a great group of students that we had this year in our chapter. We had 15 students. After regionals, 6 of them qualified for states, and after states, 2 of them have qualified and will be attending nationals at the end of June in Orlando, Florida. First up, our rising sophomore here, rising junior, I guess I would say, right? Okay, so amazing student, Cash Van Marsh. Accounting 1 going into accounting 2, right? And Colby Wallace, our senior, client services.
We have lots of filters. We can hit you with a good filter. And I don't want to say we saved the best for last, but I do always enjoy this one. So, Mr. Zimmer, for the last time, Skills USA, take it home.
Yes, ma'am. I'm impressed with the number of students we're honoring today, because I thought we'd really slow the whole thing down here with this bunch. So we should be very proud as a system. I've had the distinct pleasure for the last 6 years to be the principal at Worcester Tech. The good thing is I get to see all this great stuff happening, the amazing things these kids do. The bad stuff is I sometimes go home and think I can do it, and it doesn't always work out that well. As you can see, we have a great group of students led by Mr. Rick Stevens, who is known nationwide for Skills USA. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Rick.
Thank you. Before you go, Mr. Zimmer, I've known this man 45 years. Yes, he was a year behind me in school, but I've had the great pleasure to know him all these years, and to work with you for the last 6 has just been awesome. We're truly going to miss you, and thank you for being there for us. Thank you. Okay. And yes, thanks for saving the best for last. We appreciate that. I apologize ahead of time. We have a lot of seniors out today, and so the first 6 people are not going to be here. It will be, well, I'm still going to announce them if you don't mind. Third place, by the way, we took 64 competitors to Skills USA in April. We went up on a Friday, spent the night, and competed Friday and Saturday in 33 different contests. Of the 64 we took, 64% of those were in the top 3 in the state of Maryland, which is an awesome number. We're going to start with third place. Again, I apologize, the first 6 aren't not here. Josh Kerr, Automotive Service Technology. Matt Beck, Principles in Engineering. Briggs Pugner and David Janey, Robotics, Urban Search and Rescue. Jackson Hershey, Welding Sculpture, all third place. Second place, Urani Vargas Francisco, Commercial Baking. She's not here. Next is one of the things that Skills does, obviously it's high school, but we are the only school in the state that incorporates our middle school. Mr. Fogel's in the back there from Pocomoke Middle. He gets his students involved. Miss Miller is in here as well. She does Stephen Decatur Middle School. And so we incorporate, again, we're the only school in Maryland that does this. So we like to include our middle school teams. For second place in mobile robotics, James Bryan and Jaden Liu. High school mobile robotics, Maximus Fideli and Chase Saltzman. Again, middle school, robotics, urban search and rescue, Audrey Clayton and Charlie Thompson. The next group is a group of 7. It's called opening and closing. This is where they go in, they open a meeting, run the meeting and close it, and they get judged on how they run the meeting. The first 3 are not here, Elizabeth Rankin, Demarion Miller, and Kiara Lucas. However, Chloe Wagner and Zoe Richardson are here. And Lillian Zlowinski is not here. You should have Lillian's too. She's not here. The next group, and Vanessa Francisco is not here. Sorry about that. The next one is prepared speech. Madeline could not make it today, but it's Madeline Harrell. The next group was what we call Teamworks. This is a plumber, an electrician, a carpenter, and a mason. And they get together and they create a building, and they have to lay blocks. Brandon was our mason this year, and they came in second. Brandon Miller. The other 3 are not here, but it's Hunter Selby, Austin Pusey, and Austin Wagner. The next group is the students that placed first in the state of Maryland, and will be traveling at the end of June to go to Atlanta for a week to compete against their peers from across the country. First up is Skylar Nottingham, Advertising Design. Next group is American Spirit, Madison French, Catherine Miller, and Julia Kinnear. Can one of you grab Catherine's, please? Thank you. Next up is Automotive Maintenance and Light Repair, Keith Savage. The next group has been traveling around our county. Maybe you've seen them doing career pathways, but they're doing presentation. What's your presentation on?
Human trafficking.
And they've been sponsored and been at a lot of schools doing this. It's awesome. If you get a chance to see them, please go see them. Lillian Jones, Kylie Powell, Elena Spagnolia. For the second year in a row, even though he's not here, Christopher Lareal is our computer programming contestant. This young lady, at the last minute, was recruited because the person that was going to do it dropped out, and she volunteered and blew it away. Julianne Wooden, job interview. This young lady went, not last year, the year before, to nationals, and is going back again this year, Mandy Chu. Ciao. Sorry about that, Mandy. These young ladies competed at nationals last year and came in third. From the middle school, Cecilia Diaham Mann and Katrina Don Moyer. Thank you. This next group, again, is a middle school group for robotics urban search and rescue. They went to nationals last year and placed 7th, going back this year to place first. Asher Nickel and Nadish Gupta. This is a group of 2. This is actually one of the new ones that we're doing. Anna Lee Holmes and Haley Lowe, web design. This is my 39th year teaching. And before I came, we've always had a state officer. This is our 42nd year in a row to have a state officer from Worcester Technical High School. And Hayden Flores is the Skills USA Maryland State Officer for this year. Also, Patrick Haynes was unable to attend, but Patrick will be a Skills USA Maryland National Voting Delegate out in Atlanta. This next guest we're going to introduce was voted to be the Region 1 advisor for Skills USA. Region 1 is from the Bay Bridge down, all the schools that are involved in that. And Philip Cropper was the Region 1 advisor. Not only that, was he not just the Region 1 advisor, Philip is also the Skills USA Maryland Advisor of the Year. Crystal, can you get these awards? The next award is for Worcester Tech. Worcester Tech Skills USA Maryland was a Chapter of Gold Excellence Award. Can you grab that? And also, Worcester Tech was named a National Chapter of Excellence Silver for 2024. Again, I'd like to thank all the advisors at our school, Crystal Bunning, Tammy Hearn, Matt Fogel, Denise Costin, Miss Miller, and Miss Henry, if you're in here, thank you so much for being patient with us. And most of all, thank you all. Thank you for what you do for us. We appreciate it. You can see how it affects us. And thank all of you, all the parents and everyone. We appreciate what you do for this community and for this school. And thank you very much.
Okay, now we're moved on to 5.4 individuals and delegation comments. We do not have anyone today, so I'm sorry. I'm gonna. I didn't skip over Dr. Andes. I apologize. We do have a proclamation today. It is Pupil Personnel Month, and I'm going to have Dr. Andes read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. Pupil Personnel Worker Month, May 2024. Whereas the month of May 2024 has been designated as Pupil Personnel Worker Month to recognize pupil personnel workers for understanding that each student and family has worth and unique needs and is therefore deserving of focused support and intervention and should have the opportunity to experience positive physical, social, and psychological well-being in order to be successful in college, career, and the community. And whereas pupil personnel workers serve as the school system's liaisons with families, community organizations, and social service agencies to foster children's social, emotional well-being and help parents bridge the gap between home and school. And whereas pupil personnel workers work collaboratively with home, school, and community resources essential to advance effective teaching, learning, and achievement in schools. And whereas when the mental, emotional, and physical health of all students is evaluated by committed professionals, they flourish in school and the community. And whereas Governor of the State of Maryland, Wes Moore, has proclaimed May 2024 as Pupil Personnel Worker Month in Maryland and urges all citizens to join in celebrating this special observance. Therefore, be it proclaimed that the Worcester County Public Schools is proud to recognize pupil personnel workers for serving the children in our care by promoting opportunities for every child to experience a safe and healthy learning environment. And therefore, be it further proclaimed that the Board of Education of Worcester County joins in celebrating this special observance in recognition of the vital role that pupil personnel workers play in the personal and academic development of students. Signed this day by the President of the Board of Education, Todd A. Ferrante, and our Superintendent of Schools, Mr. Lewis Taylor, and I believe Ms. Nicole Selby is here to accept this.
Okay, we have individual and delegation comments, but we have no one to speak today. So I'm going to ask for a brief 5 to 10 minute recess, and then we'll be back with you. Thank you very much. For that brief recess. Now we're back to curriculum instruction report, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Shorts.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. It is with great pleasure. We have 3 wonderful curriculum instruction reports, and it's with great pleasure that I introduce our first report. It is Snow Hill Elementary School, and as you know, we have very robust after-school academies, and oftentimes during our after-school academies, we do bring in community partnerships, and this is one of our community partnerships with the Bounce Back program. So I will introduce the principal of Snow Hill Elementary School, Miss Erica Matlock, and she will introduce the people that she brought with her today and talk a little bit about our wraparound community services in schools and the Bounce Back program. So, Miss Matlock.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As she said, I am Erica Matlock, the proud principal of Snow Hill Elementary School, the jewel of Worcester County. There you go. So we're here to talk about how we partner with our community agencies to provide social, emotional, and mental wellness to support our students. There's a strong correlation between mental well-being and academic achievement because when kids feel good, they are available for learning. In our program, right now in our wellness program, we have 43 students enrolled in that program. 30 of them make a special cohort. Not only are they in the wellness program, but they also test for reading using the iReady diagnostic. Of those 30 students, 87% of them have made the yearly progress goal in reading. So I'd like to introduce Mrs. Adrienne O, who is our school social worker, and she'll tell you about what our program looks like on the ground level.
Thank you and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Elementary School is grateful to collaborate with our community partners to provide much needed wraparound services to our students and their families. Today, I would like to highlight the wraparound mental health services that are offered at Snow Hill Elementary School. Worcester County Public Schools partners with 4 mental health providers to offer therapy within the school setting. Families don't have to take their child out of school, don't have to take off of work to get to an appointment during normal business hours. On a weekly basis, oh, now it doesn't want to work.
There you go.
All right, I have to show their lovely faces. On a weekly basis, Ms. Caitlin from the Worcester County Health Department, Ms. Nicholson from Chesapeake Healthcare, Ms. Abby from the Personal Wellness Center, and Ms. Cindy Vergis from Maple Shade Youth and Family Services are part of our building. On average, 2 days per week for one-on-one and sometimes group therapy. They meet with students for 30 minutes or longer using play-based therapy, building their toolbox for coping skills, practicing mindfulness, and many, many other things. They speak with teachers and staff to keep up to date on the highs and lows of the week, find out what challenges are arising, and share strategies so that teachers and staff can work together to support the student. Ms. Cindy Vergis, if you wouldn't mind standing for a moment. Ms. Cindy is a licensed therapist with Maple Shade Youth and Family Services, one of the 4 mental health providers that work within our school on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. Back in the fall of 2022, Ms. Cindy shared that she'd secured a grant and wanted to offer a therapeutic program to any kindergarten through 3rd grade student at Snow Hill Elementary School that might benefit from it. This program is called Bounce Back. Bounce Back is a trauma-focused intervention for youth who have mental health or behavior challenges in school and or at home. We are delighted to have this available for our students, and we brainstormed the best fit would be during our existing after-school academy with the classroom space, after-school meal, and transportation already in place. You can sit down, please. Thank you. Ms. Cindy greets the students once their after-school meal is finished, then make their way to one of the after-school classrooms. During those 2 hours, they learn more about their feelings and how to identify them, play games to practice handling conflict, and practice calming strategies such as deep breathing for those big feelings, and build on the strengths and grit to help them through challenging times. Since Bounce Back joined Snow Hill Elementary School's After-School Academy, it's been offered during 5 sessions, with each session hosting 6 to 8 students. Ms. Cindy and her staff felt that the smaller groups allowed for each student the chance to participate and connect with their peers. A total of 32 students and 17 families have participated in Bounce Back. During each session, Ms. Vergis contacts a family or caregiver at least one time to provide awareness on the mental health needs and education to support that student. As a result of Bounce Back being a part of the after-school program, 11 students have enrolled in mental health therapy with Maple Shade or one of our other mental health partners. And one overarching goal that of ours has been to bring more awareness to our community's mental health needs and connect more children and family to services that are available to them. I'm thankful to say that partnership has done just that. And do we want to share that? Okay. If you're interested, I bet through Google you can find Maple Shade's commercial that they air specifically on their Bounce Back, their resilience program. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I don't have a question, but I want the board to know that Adrienne O is a Decatur High School graduate and a proud graduate after her high school graduation, of which she was a student when I was there. She's a graduate of Wake Forest University.
Oh, yay, didn't know that. Ms. Vergis, we would just like to thank you so much for being a community partner, and we know that you give up your time and your talent, so thank you so very much. Any other questions from the board?
Any board members have any other questions? Thank you, ladies, very much. Oh, we
No,
do have
I-
Dr. Andes.
Not a
Dr.
question,
Andes?
just a statement. Thank you. In a prior life, one of my greatest frustrations as building level principal and assistant principal was having students who I knew needed significant services and the resources I didn't have available to meet those services. So I want to applaud you and thank you for everything you're doing to reach out and touch those children and provide the needed services that they need in order to be successful in school every day. You're doing a great job, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next presenter is Dr. Michael Brown, and as the board knows, we, through COVID relief, had many different grants that we applied for, and one of them was a Worcester Leads grant, and Dr. Brown, actually, and Dr. Welch were the leads to Worcester Lead, and Dr. Brown actually took the lead to Worcester Lead. So he is going to do a presentation with a few of Dr. Welch's outstanding teachers that I'll let him introduce and do a brief presentation as to how we moved forward with this grant.
A rose between two.
Yes. So, Dr. Brown, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. And thank the board for having us.
Talking to your mic.
And I'd like to thank the board for having us this afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be able to present. As Ms. Short stated, through the Leads grant, we were able to work with a lot of individuals in our county who have aspirations to go into leadership or to just hone deeper their leadership skills. So I have the pleasure of having Stacy Apprence with me, and I had the pleasure of working with her for many, many years when she used to be down at Pocomoke Elementary School when I was the principal there, and also have the pleasure of having Kobe Haynes here, both from Buckingham Elementary School. So just to go over a little bit about the essence of the program, Worcester Leads Teachers, which stands for leaders engaging in academic development for students. Because once again, with this project, we wanted to make sure that the individuals that participated had a focus on student growth. Because one, as our educators advance themselves with their skills, we look forward to that transitioning to our students so they're also advancing as well. So as you can see that some of our goals were to provide participant leadership tasks, to help develop skills around collaborative professional practices. They had to focus on using data of our students in their professional development, and also to hopefully prepare them for future leadership positions. To be eligible for the program, you had to be a certificated employee, so it was open for anybody who wanted to apply. Unfortunately, with the grant funding, we were already allowed to have a maximum of 28 participants, which was roughly 2 per school, but as we found, some schools were more interested, so we shuffled those spots to other schools. They also had to have tenured status, as well as on their previous year evaluations had to be at the minimum effective, but we looked for those that were highly effective. Just to paraphrase some of the requirements, they had their course organize and develop a professional development program, which could include working with their peers as a mentor, providing professional development either after school or for PLCs, as well as actively participated in a book study. And this year we used the book study from Leading to Succeeding, because once again the focus was on building that leadership capacity that would transition down to our students. And they had to complete a minimum of 50 hours outside of their normal day. So the bulk of their work for preparation actually took place after school hours, allowed on the weekend, and I'm sure they're going to discuss a little bit about some of the things they did with their projects. And before I turn it over to them, just want to give a couple of statistics, a couple of information. Last year was the first year that we had the program where we had a total of 22 participants in the program, and you can see those schools that was represented. And this year we had 21 participants. And once again, I want to stress that those participants could be classroom teachers, school counselors, coaches, and so forth as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my wonderful team from Buckingham.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Good afternoon, everybody. At Buckingham this year, our leads focus was on the implementation of the Ron Clark House system. We were lucky enough, as Dr. Brown said, to have 6 members on our leads team. And as you can see, there are ranges from all different content areas. So the nice thing in developing leadership skills, we really learned how to lean on each other's strengths and come up with a comprehensive plan for the implementation process and create meaningful events for our staff and our students.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I was so lucky, along with our principal, the next one, Dr. Welch, through another grant last summer, we were able to visit the Ron Clark Academy in Atlanta, Georgia. And the Ron Clark Academy is a model school that has a vision for transforming classrooms, engagement, and the culture. It is absolutely amazing. It's like, when I walked in, I was like, this is a teacher's Disney World. It was just so motivating and so great. So as soon as Dr. Welch and I had that experience, we were like, we've got to bring this to Buckingham. So when the LEADS grant came around, that gave us the opportunity to build this team and implement it at our school. We started, with the Ron Clark experience, and then here came the LEADS grant, so we were able to build that team. And then by then we needed to get staff buy-in, because it's really kind of a different look at the way we do the everyday at Buckingham Elementary, which we did that by just motivating them and exciting them and bringing the Ron Clark Academy to them. So they all got placed into a house, and then the next step of that is the students getting placed into a house, which we've done. So as you can see, our goals were to increase student engagement, promote academic excellence, build relationships, create a positive climate and culture, and just have that sense of belonging for everyone. Me too. Yep. So these are just some pictures of our staff reveal where they all got inducted into a house. There's 5 houses. There are colors, and they also have special names and meanings. And you can see the excitement already when the staff got inducted into their house for the day. We may have gotten a big inflatable slide so the staff could slide down and get inducted to their house. And we did the same for the kids too.
Through our LEADS project, we were able to develop different leadership opportunities. Each one of our LEADS members, house lead. So our job was basically cheerleader for our house and our whole school community. We planned different events, as Ms. Aprin stated. We started with our staff to get that buy-in, to get everybody excited, and then evolved into our students. So now we are a school-wide house system, and the students seem to really enjoy it. Also led a few faculty meetings at the beginning of the year. It was more to explain the why behind this. So as Aprin stated, we want to create student achievement. We want to create a sense of belonging. And then towards the end of the year, we've utilized those to share our positive successes and achievements as a school, higher attendance rates, overall better climate and culture within our building. And then the last one, with the community partnerships, we do these fun, engaging activities like the slide and different events. Field day, we're doing a few house competitions, and we couldn't do that without our community partnerships because all that costs money. And our great community partnerships, they donate all those things to us, so the students really have a blast on our half days and our other professional development and school-wide event days. And then we have a quick little video of some of our students sharing why they enjoy our house system and how our student government association has taken a leadership role within our student body.
By using our spirit card. It helps you become a role model by rooting for your teams, and it also teaches you not to.
You have to see the cute faces, so we have to make this work. Carrie saves the day.
The SGA is helping Buckingham Elementary's house system by using our spirit card. It helps you become a role model by rooting for your teams, and it also teaches you not to boo for other teams, and that makes you a really big role model, especially for the younger kids who don't know right from wrong yet, because Buckingham Elementary is helping really good. The house system is also helping us learn to be respectful of other people and their houses. I like that they all have a positive meaning. Like my house, Protos, has wisdom and bravery, and I really like how we got our houses. We went down this big slide, and we got our sunglasses going on. They even let the teachers have some fun. The houses are teaching us to be very respectful role models, and they're helping us aspire to be like others too. Even if your friend is in the other house, you can still say go for their team. You don't have to say boo. You don't have to be rude to the other teams. It's not a competition. It's all about helping the other teams grow stronger in their mind and personality.
Nuko Mori House, and I like the Nuko Mori House because it shows kindness and it cares about people. And we care about people.
SGA has made things for the house system by having a house cart with things that is your color that you can purchase with your dojo points. I love the house system because everyone has a place where they're never left out and they can all have fun together.
SGA is helping with the house system because they designed a house cart with house items on it so people could match with their houses and make everyone feel happy to be a part of their house group. I love the house system at Buckingham because it gives you an opportunity to be a part of the group because not many people, like most people, feel alone. So when you get the house system, you can finally be a part of a group and it's like a family.
So you can see just from the video the impact that it's already had and just getting started with it. So we're so excited for the momentum that we have going and what we're going to bring more to Buckingham next year and years to come. And then the last is just more celebration pictures from the Student Reveal Day.
And thank you. Hopefully you enjoyed that presentation. Once again, it was nice working with the different schools, and I was highly impressed with Buckingham. That's why not that other schools didn't have great projects, but Buckingham both years really took great pride into this program, and they had a large number of staff members who participated in the LEADS program. And once again, as you can see, the focus was on our children, which is always great because we want to see them to grow. Are there any questions?
Go ahead, Katie.
I don't know about the rest of the board members, but this reminds me of Harry Potter, so I'm pretty excited. But it seems like a really neat concept, and I'm just happy to see all the smiling faces. And I believe, is it Pocomoke High School that also does it? Are there any other schools that do this program?
Berlin Intermediate does
Okay.
it. Mhm.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that because the whole house idea was a really neat concept. And I guess my one question is it a random draw, or is there a method behind the madness of how these kids and teachers are chosen to be in what house?
The house chooses you.
Oh, that's right.
Wow. And I know Dr. Wallace and I would just like to thank Michael for stepping up and taking the lead in the LEADS, the Maryland LEADS grant. We were very blessed to get so many of the grants, and I know this was a large grant that you juggled, and we just want to thank you for all you did to spearhead this. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And I know we look forward to this final presentation each year. The EAC, the Educational Advisory Council, was established many years ago under Dr. Andy's leadership as a way for the association and the assistant superintendents to get together and discuss monthly different situations or possibly issues that may come up that above and beyond negotiations. And so each month, Dr. Wallace and I get together with 6 members and Beth and discuss things that may be hot topics or do different presentations. So each year in May, as part of the negotiated agreement, the Educational Advisory Council comes and does a presentation as to what we've discussed the entire year. So thank you, Mimi, and thank you, Danielle, for being our presenters this year. And just a side note, Mimi, thank you for your years of contributions to the EAC. She is retiring this year from Pocomoke High School and has been an active member of the EAC and the negotiations team for many years. So thank you, Mimi. And without further ado, we'll let them highlight some of the things that we've discussed this year.
Yes, thank you, Dee. Thank you, board, for having us here today. I am blessed to be presenting with Mimi for one last time. All right, as Dee stated, this advisory committee was added to the negotiating agreement. It is an opportunity for teachers to evaluate the school system policies, procedures, and practices. The committee meets and we offer recommendations to enhance the teachers' effectiveness, increase efficiency, and promote student achievement. This committee is made up of representatives. We have representatives from WCTA and representatives from the Board of Education. Our representatives this year were Dr. Danielle Jackson from Pocomoke Middle School, Susan Sterling from Snow Hill Middle School, Mimi Shusovic from Pocomoke High School, Dr. Amy Fenzel-Murgott from Steve Decatur High School, Beth Shockey-Lynch was our WCTA representative, Miss Melanie Coleman from Ocean City Elementary, Dr. Annette Wallace and Dr. Dee Shorts, of course, are on the committee, and Mr. Michael Booth from Buckingham Elementary. So again, these are the members of our committee, and we meet once a month. This year, as we met, we talked about some policies and procedures that were explored, and we have put a couple of our topics through our presentation. Of course, every year we meet and we talk about the meeting norms, and we review them with new members as we introduce new members into our council. Senate Bill 452 is one that is always on our agenda topic. We have specific things that we do on odd years and even years. This year, it's we review the testing times. So as a committee, we sit down, we look at all the testing times through our state testing and local testing throughout our school system. The committee, we have been actively reviewing the blueprint, responsibility, and things that the committee needs, and we do that a lot. That's always one of the agenda topics that we review each meeting. House Bill 538, the freedom to read was one of our topics this year, and of course, school safety. And we talked about some of the enhancements and things that we're adding to our schools with school safety, such as the door scanners now on all of our doors and getting more and more security throughout our schools.
At the beginning of the year, we had problems with trying to find some more substitutes. We had questions that one of our schools had problems with internet. We looked at safety committee members that would be reappointed or new members to that committee. And we wanted to make sure that we have a negotiated agreement for a faculty council that meets monthly and then sends their concerns and problems to both Lou and to Beth. And we wanted to make sure that those were active in every school. Some of the other things we have listed here, one of the concerns at the beginning of the year was making sure that we had visitor networks in some of our schools that hold PDs, because we had problems with someone being able to get onto our system to do a presentation over the summer last year. We looked at new teacher training schedules, and teachers had questions about traveling when we had half-day PDs. That was basically our topics for the year. If you have any questions or any further discussion, we'll be glad to answer anything.
Dr. Andes?
No.
No? Ms. Adams?
I've spoken to some teachers and they feel sometimes that there's too much testing taking place in schools. Is that one of the things, I know that you brought up testing, and is that a concern to the committee? And if so, how are you, what are things that you're doing to combat that?
We look at, we're required by law in the bill to take a look at a certain number of minutes that is allowed at the elementary, middle, and high school per year. And this year it was looking at time. So we had information from each school looking at minimal times that they could test. This year there was no one over the testing limits required by the state at each grade level.
Okay.
Now next year we will have parents, community members, we have an evening forum, we have a dinner where we go over. That would be an opportunity for community members to say, at this level, we're having too much testing, or it seems to appear.
Right.
And then we get answers from the board saying, these tests are necessary for these improvements in
Right.
school.
And during those meetings with having our coordinators come, and they have a list of all their testing, and they explain what each testing is and what the data is used for.
Mhm.
So it's a very informational setting that we have everyone come. Parents can come, teachers, our principals come, and they come and they have questions about any assessment. It is all clarified right there at meetings. Our coordinators do a fantastic job at laying out all their assessments, the need for them, and then of course teachers always want to know, principals want to know, what are we doing with that data?
Right.
And that is a great night where our coordinators do a fantastic job at explaining those minutes and what
Okay.
they're allocated for.
And this goes from state testing, SAT testing at the national level, AP testing, but it also goes to county unit assessment and of course benchmarks. So it covers the whole gamut of what we can do.
Great. Thank you for that explanation. I had one other question too. It was brought up on one of the slides about the internet and the issues that you might be seeing as far as internet safety. Can you expand on that a little bit?
One of the problems that we had in the fall was located at Stephen Decatur High School, and at that time there was too much input from computers to handle the load on the lines that they had. So they added, so you added to that, did you not?
It wasn't internet safety. They were discussing the inability to get onto the network because there was too much load on the network and not enough bandwidth.
Okay.
Yeah. It was the safety committee. It was right under internet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then I probably just joined them together.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Now, when you talk about safety and the internet, there are programs that are run in each school by the principals and through the media center, and at Pocomoke High School we do them over announcements where we talk about what is internet safety. That's a big thing in each of our classes, whether it applies to your own cell phone or to the device you have in front of you.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that explanation.
Sure.
Any other board members have any questions, Dr. Andes?
No, not a question, but I just want to thank Mimi Susnovic for her outstanding years of teaching at Pocomoke High School. And what content area did you teach?
Of course, I taught in social studies.
Oh, social studies.
And I made sure I wore my
I was going to
shirt
point
on
out,
you
I was going to
today.
point that out, that you wore your social studies shirt today.
It
So
has
thank
been
you.
a pleasure for 39 years of teaching children on the Eastern Shore. As I said at the retirement, it was over 5,000 students. I'm now teaching grandchildren of students I originally taught.
Thank you, Mimi.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Ladies, thank you. It's nice for you to give us an update. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And I will just round out the curriculum instruction report with a quick blueprint update. We did turn in our entire blueprint plan on Wednesday, May 1st. All 5 pillars were completed and turned in, so hopefully we will get some type of feedback on that by July 1. We did receive some feedback on our first part of our plan that went in on May 15th, and we do have some revisions to make. They have not given us a due date on that, so Brian Cook and myself are working on that, so hopefully that will go in soon. But that is my blueprint update, and with that, I'll close out curriculum instruction and turn it back to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Ms. Shorts. Anyone have any other follow-up questions up for the blueprint? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Shorts. Now we're on to administrative operations, and I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. Before you have a personnel exhibit, I'm going to review the personnel exhibit with you, and the superintendent would recommend approval of the following personnel exhibit. Retirement, Scott Tingle, assistant principal; Deborah Quilter, teacher, special ed; Dennis Jenkins, teacher, computer science. The following resignations: Katarina Mogan, Snow Hill Middle School; Lee Taylor, Snow Hill High School; Kelsey Dukes, Pocomoke High School; Tracy Lewis, Worcester Technical High School; Savannah Simpson, Snow Hill Elementary School; Caitlin Brady, Snow Hill Middle School; Dawn Davis, Snow Hill Elementary School; Julie Gribble, Buckingham Elementary School; Olivia Momay, Central Office; Leah Cole, Pocomoke Middle School; Patsy Purnell, Showell Elementary School; Hadley Miller, Pocomoke High School. The following new hires: Melanie Idlet, Pocomoke High School; Megan Machen, Snow Hill Middle School; Jennifer Sermon, Snow Hill Middle School; Janet Cho, Pocomoke High School; Caroline Hudson, Berlin Intermediate; James McKenzie, Stephen Decatur High School; Tony Bellavacqua, Worcester Technical High School; Christina Cash, Snow Hill High School; Jonathan Hillman, Worcester Technical High School. The following promotions: Jeffrey Postel, assistant principal, Buckingham Elementary School; Teresa Torpy, principal, Stephen Decatur Middle School; Colby Haynes, assistant principal, Stephen Decatur Middle School; Leah James, assistant principal, Snow Hill Elementary School; and Christina Salvarola, assistant principal, Snow Hill High School. The following are other announcements for which no action is required: Laverne Cray, transfer, Worcester Technical High School; Marcus Shipley, transfer, Showell Elementary School; Christy Clark, transfer, Stephen Decatur Middle School; Quinn Swain, transfer, Berlin Intermediate; and Jennifer Howard, transfer, Pocomoke Elementary School.
Okay, before I call for a motion from the board, the superintendent would like to make some comments.
Just a couple comments. First and foremost, the positive first, but I wanted to also inform the board of something as well. I have with us today, one of the things that I was taught by a former superintendent who sits on the board now, that one of the most important jobs you do as superintendent is to name administrators. I share with principals and vice principals that the most important job they have is to hire top quality teachers and recommend them to me. So I take that very serious when I start the interview process for administrators. And I begin that process with our executive team roughly the beginning of March. And we go through 3 months of pretty intense conversations, interviews, the list goes on and on. So I'm very excited today, as Dr. Wallace read, the people that I have chosen to recommend to the board to be new administrators here in Worcester County. You also heard of some transfers who are already here, but I also asked those new people to come today, and as I call their name, I'm going to ask them to stand up so that our board members can put a name with a face or face with a name. And again, very, very excited about it. The first one is Teresa Torpy, who will be the new principal at Stephen Decatur Middle School. Thank you, Teresa. Teresa's no stranger. She's been at it for a while. She's been an assistant principal there. She's also taught in the South end of the county. I'm very excited for Teresa as she moves that school forward. Also, the next person that is a new principal here is not new to Worcester County. We lend him out for a little while. And now I called him and I said, it's time for you to come on back home. And he accepted that responsibility. Very excited, brings a wealth of knowledge. The school is going to love him. I'm grateful that he's back part of the Worcester County team, and that's our new principal at Worcester Technical High School, Tony Bevilacqua. The following four are brand new assistant principals. I've had the opportunity as superintendent to watch them grow professionally over the years, and what the four of them probably don't know is that I've had my eye on them for a while, and I've had some positive comments made to me about them over the years, and so I stand back and watch them quietly. And four great professionals, very excited. Their future is very bright for them, but I'm going to ask each one of them to stand as I call their name. Four new assistant principals beginning July 1. First, Jeff Postel, first Buckingham Elementary School. Leah James will go to Snow Hill Elementary School. Colby Haynes, who presented today, will go to Stephen Decatur Middle School. And Christina Savarola will go to Snow Hill High School. Again, very excited about our movements this year. And in just a minute, I'm going to ask Mr. Ferrante, based on that recommendation, to take that to you as board members. I want to caution the board about one thing. We have talked about this, but I think it's important that you know we are losing people now due to our salary, lack of salary, to local counties around us. On that list, we normally don't have this many resignations this time of year, and we usually have a list of people lined up to trying to get in here. And I've had a chance to talk to some of them, and they've just said, Mr. Taylor, we love Worcester County, but the same level of scale where I am in Worcester, I go to a neighboring county and I'm making $8,000 to $10,000 more a year. And if we don't get our salary package, and we're going to work very hard on it as a school system, if we don't get it in line with neighboring counties, we're going to lose more. I'm very disappointed in a couple people that have resigned that are going to another county because they were outstanding teachers, and I've talked to them, and they're disappointed, but $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 makes a difference in their family. And so just want the board to keep that in mind as we move forward. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Ferrante based on Dr. Wallace's presentation today with my recommendations. Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I just want to say to all the new promotions, we welcome you, and we look forward to working with you, and we're glad that you were able to be here today so we can recognize you. Thank you very much. So with that, can I have a motion and a second to approve the personnel exhibit as presented?
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Andes and a second by Mr. Smack. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Congratulations, everyone.
Congratulations, everybody. And I ask you to be here, and I know you've got schools you need to get back to. Don't feel you have to stay. If you get up and run now, I understand. But if you want to stay, you're welcome.
The next two items on the agenda, I'm going to introduce Ms. Kim Heiser, our Manager of Transportation, for items 7.2 and 7.3, purchase of new used school buses and replacement of bus contractors.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
The first exhibit I have today is requesting a purchase of a new bus. Donald Shockley, bus contractor from the Snow Hill area. He serves Snow Hill Middle and Snow Hill High School, currently operates a 2013 bus that is in its 12th year. He had some major mechanical issues with that bus, and he has requested to replace that bus immediately. So the superintendent recommends approval of this exhibit as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Heiser. Can I have a motion and a second to approve the replacement school bus as presented? A motion by Ms. McComas.
Second.
Second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Ms. Heiser. Go ahead.
I have a question as well. It doesn't pertain to the motion, but I've spoken to a lot of bus contractors, and I was just wondering if it would be possible within the next couple of months if maybe we can get a presentation about just the costs that are going into buying a new bus nowadays? Because I've heard within the last 2 or 3 years, it's gone, it's skyrocketed. The amount of maintenance, obviously we all know the fuel prices, but I just think it would be helpful for the board as well as anyone paying attention and watching, just the overall costs associated to being a bus contractor in 2024.
Sure. And just to touch on that, buses now are about $140,000 average.
Mm-hmm.
New bus. So,
Sure.
yeah.
Well, certainly we'll have you get that information, and then we'll look to a future board meeting. Maybe sometime you can make a presentation to us.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. My second exhibit today is a recommendation for replacement of bus contractors. We have 3 bus contractors who have elected to retire their contracts. They're not employees, so they don't necessarily retire, but they are in effect retiring. Miss Nancy Mauner, a 44-year contractor, is retiring immediately. Ms. Susan Hutchinson, 32-year contractor, and Mr. Eric Hutchinson, a 5-year contractor. They will be resigning their contracts at the end of the school year. We had notification of contract availability go out to all of our available substitute drivers. We held interviews on May 7th, and on that selection panel was the school administrator, the school vehicle driver instructor, and myself. And as a result of the selection process, we have chosen Mr. Albert Ennis to replace Miss Nancy Mauner, Kathy Alley to replace Miss Susan Hutchinson's contract, and Mr. Sean Johnson to replace Mr. Eric Hutchinson's contract. The superintendent recommends approval of this exhibit as is presented.
Okay, so the superintendent recommends the approval of replacement bus contractors exhibit as presented. Do I have a motion and a second?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Smack and a second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Ms. Heiser.
Thank you. Like I said, I think it's important to note that's 81 years of contractor service. We're losing a lot of good knowledge, people who've served our county well, and we appreciate those people.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I have the safety update. Thank you, Ms. Heiser. Share with the board, in partnership with the Maryland Center for School Safety, on May 10th, we held a mass casualty simulation exercise led by the center. We had 27 folks in attendance that day, representing 10 of the agencies that would respond. It was based on some feedback that we've gotten. It was an extremely successful simulation for the Worcester team. They did an excellent job. Mr. Goddard also shared with me that they had shared that we had excellent attendance. And so I did announce at that meeting to the group that was there of 27 attendees and multiple agencies that we would be holding these probably quarterly. Maryland Center I don't know what's happening. It doesn't want me to talk. It's fine. But we will likely be holding those quarterly. This first one focused on our central and south end. Our next one will focus on our north end. So back to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wallace. And I'm now going to turn it over to Mr. Tolbert for physical operations.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ferrante. The first 2 items, we have Mr. Joe Price, our facilities planner, with us today. The first item is the Buckingham Elementary School Replacement School Work Group, and Mr. Price is going to walk you through that. Mr. Price, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Price.
Last month, the executive director of the ISC was here to discuss options regarding state funding for the Buckingham Elementary project. During that meeting, a suggestion was made to convene a work group which would review the options presented by the state and develop a path forward for the project. Included in your exhibits is the superintendent's proposed Buckingham work group. This work group includes Board of Ed members, State Senator Mary Beth Carrozza, the superintendent leadership team, county commissioners, ISC staff, Buckingham principal, and school and county staff. And the superintendent is requesting the appointment of 3 board members to the work group and approval of the work group.
So appreciate that, Mr. Price. I have some interest from every 3 board members which fall in their district, and that would be Dr. John Andes, Mr. Bill Gordy, and Mr. Donald Smack. So if the board would so make a motion to approve those gentlemen to the work group, we would move forward.
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. McComas.
Second.
A second by Ms. Addis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much, Mr. Price.
Thank you.
Next item is the Stephen Decatur Middle School requisition number 25. Mr. Price.
Requisition 25, the one you've been waiting for, is the final requisition for Stephen Decatur Middle School. It includes closeout payments to CTSI for PA and clock system, ARC systems for emergency radio repeater, and CTSI again for security and access control. With your approval of this requisition, we will have closed out all 24 of our Stephen Decatur Middle contractors. Superintendent recommends approval of requisition 25.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Can I have a motion and a second to approve Stephen Decatur Middle School construction requisition number 25 as presented?
So moved.
A motion by Dr. Andes.
Second.
A second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you again, Mr. Price.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Before Mr. Price leaves, I just want to say how much I appreciate everything that he did to make the Stephen Decatur Middle School addition come to fruition. It takes a tremendous amount of knowledge, expertise, time, and talent to make that all possible. So, Joe, thank you. Thank you for getting the job done that I didn't get done in 1997. Thank you.
I was trained by the best, Dr. Andes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Price, I also want to add that you did come in under budget again, which is a wonderful thing. And we do appreciate that, but we appreciate all the hard work and effort you put into it. It was a seamless transition, and it worked really nicely. And you and whoever else worked under you get a lot of credit for that.
Mr. Price, am I correct if, in talking with you, we're going to present back to the county commissioners a little over $500,000 on that project? Am I right on that number?
That's correct.
Thank you.
578,927.
That's wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. The next item, my last item, Mr. Fronte, is a monthly report for April with non-salary expenditures totaling $3,195,342.12, and the superintendent recommends approval of the April financial report as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Can I have a motion and a second to approve the April 30th, 2024 monthly financial report as presented?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
A second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Tolbert.
Thank you.
And now we have arrived at number 9.1, our Board of Education reports, and I'll open it up to the floor to my fellow board members for any comments that they have. Dr. Andes?
I just want to express my commendations to the graduating class of 2024. For many of you, you entered the classroom in, believe it or not, 2010. You survived many years, including online instruction through the era of COVID. And next week, you're going to walk across the stage. And I'm so very proud of your accomplishments. I know that your generation will be much better than my generation in doing what is necessary to raise the next generation. So congratulations to the Warriors of Pocomoke, the Eagles of Snow Hill, the Seahawks of Stephen Decatur, and Cedar Chapel Special School. So I congratulate all the graduates. I wish you the very best and have a wonderful future and enjoy life. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andes.
I just had, I guess, a comment as well as a question. With the discussions that were taking place at the commissioners the past week with the public work session and the public comment, there was some discussion between whether or not all the information was given to the commissioners, and then there was some back and forth as to whether or not it was uploaded that evening. And then we had just received as board members all that information this past Sunday. So my question really is, I was just curious why it took us 4 weeks to get the same information that the commissioners had received 4 weeks ago.
Well, I'll let Mr. Tolbert comment on that. However, I do think that they did receive some of the information was presented to them, just not all of it. But Mr. Tolbert,
Yes.
if you'll make a comment.
Yep.
Sure. We started fulfilling that request about a week after we received the questions, and we were uploading it to a file as the information was gathered.
Mm-hmm.
So it was there as it was loaded, and the last bit of information was loaded that night, but the majority of it was loaded before that. And there was like thousands of pages of information on QuickBook activities at the school, bank statements, all those kinds of things that the county commissioners had requested, and it was fulfilled.
Mm-hmm.
And it was shared with the board on Sunday, but the commissioners did have it, and it was shared as it was gathered. And it was a very time-consuming process to get all the information together.
I can only imagine. I appreciate you sending that over. The only suggestion or I guess comment that I would like to make is if this is ever requested again, that we receive it around the same time that the commissioners would receive it as well. But I appreciate all the hard work that you put into it, because I did take a quick glance at it, and there is quite a bit of information. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Anyone else? So I just want to add that at last week's commissioners meeting, we were approved basically for a shortfall of $1 million in our budget, which was 6.8, and then at today's commissioner meeting, that amount was reduced by another roughly 1.4 million. So this board and this executive team has a lot of hard work and rolling up our sleeves to figure out where this school system needs to go and what cuts it will have to make. I do want to assure you that we take everything that we do seriously, and we are going to have to reconvene probably at some point this week to have a discussion, and we will get together and do that. We certainly are disappointed in the outcome of today's commissioners meeting, but we will do what we think is best for the school system moving forward, and we will let you know how that will take place once we have an opportunity to talk with our executive team, and then we'll get back together with our board members. Okay? And I look forward to tomorrow night's parade on the boardwalk for Stephen Decatur. It's one of the greatest things that came out of COVID. If there was only a few things that came out of COVID, it was that parade, and I'm glad that I'm going to be able to be there to watch those seniors roll down the boardwalk and get their congratulations. So, any other board members have any other comments? Now I'll turn it over to Mr. Taylor for some informational items.
Just a few announcements as we close today. May 27th, which is next Monday, schools and offices will be closed in observance of a Memorial Day. On June the 4th, the county commissioners will strike their FY25 budget at roughly 10 a.m., so we will get the final number on the 4th. On June the 4th, Pocomoke Middle School Multipurpose Courts and Park will be holding a ribbon cutting at 1:30. On June the 12th and 13th, it's hard to believe, but both of those days are the last 2 days of schools. They are half days for schools and also final exams. And as I said, the 13th will be the last day of school. And on June the 17th, it will be the Eastern Shore Board of Ed Leadership Conference at Chesapeake Bay Club at 8:30 in the morning. And we've always had great attendance to attend that conference, and looking forward to that again this year. And those are the important dates coming up as we move to the end of the school year.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. The next regular Worcester County Board of Education will be held Tuesday, June 18th in the Sarah D. Thompson Board Meeting Room at Worcester County Board of Education office located here at Worcester Highway in Newark, Maryland. The open session will begin at 11 a.m., immediately considering the voting into convene to closed session under general provisions of 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland. The board will reconvene in open session at 12:30 p.m. The board meeting information is posted on the website at www.worcester12k12.org under board meetings, board docs. And now I'd like to ask my board members, if there's nothing further, I will call for a motion and a second for adjournment today.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
And a second by Ms. Addis. All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.